but doing it faster, more efficient, ticks SMA falling, progress percent SMA rising, agent crashing earlier but further into the trap, driving more aggressively past the old ceiling. That last one is actually the pattern you want to see after the milestone and crash penalty changes. Progress percent and pushes past 40%, even if individual episodes are shorter, because the agent is now attempting the hard section instead of stalling safely before it. The dual axis matplotlib twinks handles this cleanly. The two lines visually align on the episode axis, but each reads off its own scale on the left or right side of the chart. Does that make sense? Or would you rather have them as two separate panels stacked vertically instead? Honestly, maybe, but the milestone and crash penalty changes are the only ones that directly attack the 40% ceiling problem. The rest are incremental improvements to training stability. Here's my realistic assessment beach. Will definitely help. Mini checkpoints 200. This is the most impactful change. The agent now has a real financial incentive to push past its comfortable crash point. Every 5% band past 40% is worth £140 reward, which is meaningful. Term fact crash. 3,500. Small nudge away from the comfortable crash strategy. Modest but correct direction. Will probably help. TAU 0.002. Already proven in the previous run to smooth Q demo growth. Confident this delays the actor loss degradation cycle. BC weight 0.15. Already proven to keep policy distance lower. Less human style drift. Uncertain. LR, actor, critic 1E, 4. Theoretically sound, but you haven't tested this yet. Could help with overestimation, could slow down early learning. Unknown until you see 100 plus episodes. Alpha cap 0.43 plus start 0.35. Should reduce stag, but the alpha always climbs to cap anyway, so the real question is whether D.4E versus 0.5D makes a meaningful difference for policy quality. Unclear. Won't fix the core issue alone. None of these changes fix the fundamental problem. The agent hasn't seen enough transitions from past 40% to learn that section. Even with better incentives, if the agent rarely accidentally stumbles through 42%, it won't have the training data to learn how to do it reliably. The honest answer is, the milestone change gives the agent a reason to try harder at the 40% section, but it still needs to accidentally succeed a few times first to get the training signal. If the section requires a specific technique, tight corner apex, particular breaking point, the agent may still struggle even with better incentives. What would actually guarantee improvement is if you drove that section a few times yourself in stage 1 and added those transitions to the demo buffer. Human demonstrations of exactly the hard section would give the critic and BC loss direct data on what good driving looks like there, but that requires stopping the run and adding more human laps. Short answer, better training conditions, same fundamental learning challenge. Give it 200 episodes and see if max progress percent starts climbing past 40% on the new chart.
It took me 30 minutes to do, and that's not even the worst part. It is right there. It's just a, but this is enough that a little bit of mix and just a little bit more elbow grease. And then an hour just for this middle. We just finished up the frame. No steering. That was probably the easiest part of the because now you're different wheels, steering at a seat, brakes, and that power. Just gonna start with wheels. No idea. The next day, and I think I got everything I need to finish this go kart. So I was gonna put the wheels on first, but that would be useless. I can't even sit go kart, so I'm gonna figure out how to make a seat for this boat. To make the seat, I was just planning on putting two boards together, just calling it. But because it's such a tight budget, I have to put a couple stuff in there because if I don't, I'll be getting way over the budget. So I had to get extremely creative with how these parts actually I might have found something that actually is possible. But you'll see what I'm talking about in the next couple steps. For now, I just have to finish on the seat. I just have to add two support beams in the middle of the seat because in order for the steering to actually come straight apart, especially with such a tight budget, I have to sit much farther forward in order to be able to steering, which will make more sense. Then I just added one more piece of the back seat and snap it. Now we got ourselves a seat on the go. My first time sitting in the seat. It's actually pretty comfortable. I still got no clue if I'm gonna get this go-kart to work or not. But we're getting closer. So now that I finished up the seat, I need to figure out how to make steering on this thing before I put the wheels on. Because the steering system I'm using is a little bit different than most go-karts. Mostly because I only have $8 left for the steering system. And so I just getting tight. But I've got a plan. I'm gonna slide this bolt through here, down through that hole, and mount the wheels side. That'll act as a full steering. Well, hopefully at least. The only problem is my drill bit isn't big enough to actually get through the bolt. So off to the start. I got the new drill bit. Let's see if this works. But I'm pretty sure I bought the wrong drill bit. It barely got through the wood. But eventually I made it work. And even with a bigger hole, the bit started to go in, but it was still a nightmare. I literally forgot the hardware. Then it got stuck. My tool couldn't handle it. And 30 minutes later, I finally pulled it out. We got it out.
But I realized one thing as I tried putting the bolts back on. My hole was still way too small. And no matter how many times I tried using the drill bit, it still didn't work. So, it's like I'm going to the store again. At this point, I have gone to the store like 20 separate times. I just started getting very annoyed with how many products and I had a bad feeling this was just. And then when I tried to use the drill bit, this that's deadly. It hurts. Oh. Eventually, it worked, and the bolt fit. I survived, and I only slightly dislocated my shoulders. But now I had to do the same thing all over again.
Wish me luck.
Yes, more pain.
Ow!
Yes, it hit my knee. Well, twice. Yes, I still had no clue what I was doing. But after about 12 more failures, oh yeah.
We did it! Was it worth all the scars? This go-kart works, maybe. So this is the game plan. I'm sitting down, driving. There's two wheels on this board, right? And I twist the board like this, and it steers the whole go-kart. That's pretty cool. It actually works pretty well.
All right, steering's in. Let's throw in the wheels and actually make this look good. No, we're actually getting very close now, I think.
No, why did it do that?
For some reason, I thought this part would be easy, but even the wheels are getting wet. All right, bolt through the wheel, washer on the bottom, tighten it to the wood. Yeah, no, that doesn't. I tried hand tightening. No luck.
No, why is it coming out?
Then I grabbed the impact and still not. At this point, I had no idea what I was doing, so I did what any professional go-kart builder would do. I just smacked it with it. And somehow that worked. Bolts tight, wheels on, and we're finally making progress. And the second wheel was way easier. Without using the hammer on purpose actually helped. That's wheel 2 done.
Both wheels are on. Finally. That's so nice. Oh no. Gonna act like I didn't. Check it out. We got ourselves some steering. Finally. 6 hours just for the steering, man. All right, let's throw some wheels on the back. After breaking about 1 million of the wheel brackets, I finally have our back wheel bolt axles finally in place. So let's test fit the wheels and see how this thing rolls. Check this out. I'm excited to get this thing going. Looks like all we gotta do now is add some power, some brakes. We got ourselves a go-kart. It's gonna be a lot harder than it sounds, but I'll give it my best.
It's now day 3. All right, here's the plan. I'm using this drill as a motor. I'll then wrap it in duct tape, press it against the wheel, and if it spins, the go-kart should move.
Time to get to work. I got no clue what I'm doing.
Will this actually work? I have no idea, but this is the only plan I've got. If it fails, it's pretty much straight. So after mounting up the board, wrapping the drill in duct tape, and after countless test fittings, I eventually used the entire roll of duct tape. But hey, it looks like it might work. I hit the trigger, and the cart didn't move. And I thought maybe the drill just wasn't strong enough.
Now I'm completely lost.
So I then tried another drill, and still nothing.
My only idea for power, and now it's not even close to working. I can't put a motor on this thing. That's too expensive. I barely have any money left for the $100 budget. Why isn't it working, man?
But I had an idea. What if I tried push starts? And then I noticed something. I realized that the back wheel was rubbing against the frame. So I fixed it and tried again. Still didn't work. Then I saw the other wheel was hitting too. But for this side, I had to unbolt the entire bracket to move it, which is terrifying because these things snap way too easily. Sure enough, it cracked. No, it's cracking. But instead of making a new bracket like a normal person, I just put it all back together and I just hope the wheel won't fall off later, right?
Moment of truth. Here we go.
Not this was my only idea for power. I've already spent everything I could. Motor, no budget, and right now this go-kart still doesn't move.
Why isn't it working, man?
And honestly, at this point, I felt quitting. After all the work, all the fails, it still felt impossible. But then I had an idea. I had just a few bucks to spare. I bought rubber bands, bungee cord, a few metal brackets, and somehow this might actually work. It was time to rebuild one time. Pressure to the wheel, locked everything down, and crossed fingers. it still didn't work. So I made one final adjust. I moved the brackets around, added another one, and tightened up everything. This is it. I'm not going to give up. Not after all of this.
Hopefully, this thing works now. 3, 2, 1, go. We might have ourselves a working go-kart. We'll try to take it for a spin. Why not? Let's go. Oh, I think it's safe to say we got ourselves a working go-kart. Turn. Uh-oh. Looks like we ran into a bit of an issue. Yeah, that doesn't look right. I just ran over the wheel, to be honest. I think if I... There we go. There's only one problem with this go. It doesn't really have enough power to do B unless someone gives it a push or I find it ill. So yeah, the go-kart is a little slow. But I think it's a working go-kart from scratch for under $100. And to be honest, that's kind of insane. But there were so many times I thought it might work, but I didn't quit. And sometimes you're just one more try. Right? So whatever you're building in life, a go-kart, a project, a business, just don't stop. Because you're probably a lot closer than you think. And if it doesn't go exactly how you planned, at least you actually tried and now you have a good story to tell.
I bought this go-kart kit on the internet specifically designed like a miniature drift car. And I'm going to put a huge electric motor in the back of it so I can go stealth drifting with my friends. The only problem is I didn't realize when I ordered this thing that it doesn't. So this is a drift cart from a company called Battle Air. And by the way, none of this is sponsored. I've paid full price for everything you're going to see in this video. I want their roll chassis kit so that I can supply my own drivetrain, which we'll talk about in a second. This thing's going to be crazy. The kit comes in 2 massive boxes with everything you possibly need to put this thing together. You've got your brake, your motor mount, your sprockets, nicely organized bolts, hubs, everything. I'm just hoping this thing goes together. Did just get the cart back from powder coat and it looks amazing. Now, you be powder coated, but I want to do a special color. And you might be like, Logan, it's white. What are you talking? Check this out. 3, 2, 1. Starting to build by putting together the rear axle, which is basically just sliding the parts onto this axle and bolting it to the frame. I also put in this tiny little Suron bracket out the motor later. And this is the first time I had to bust out the grinding wheel and the files because this thing would not fit. We'll talk about this later, but I basically ignored that problem, put together the rear sprocket, and put together the foot brake assembly, which is really simple. It's basically like a dirt bike master cylinder with a bunch of pieces of metal bolted together. You can see how nice the powder-coated pedals look. I had to take off all this protective wrapping so that I could mount the pedal, and you can see there's adjustment slots, which is excellent because I'm a little bit taller of a rider. I'm at the upper end of how tall you should be to ride this thing. And once I had everything bolted together, I threw on the brake line, made sure the pedal worked, and ran the line from the front of the cart to the back of the cart. Then it was time for the brake caliper. This took a couple of weird spacers, but I got it figured out. This is basically just a pit bike brake. And once again, I ran exactly. This is the fourth and final time I'm gonna have to do this. This little thing. See this? This has caused me the most trouble in this entire build. See, all of the spinning components, like the hubs and the sprocket, they have tiny little slots in them. Can you see that? This little thing is called a key, and it goes into this little slot here and keeps these components from rotating. The only problem is, I think this is the wrong size. So in order to get these to fit, I need to bust out the old angle grinder, which by the way is the one that was left in my truck last time someone stole it. So, free angle grinder. Next, I'm putting together the steering in the front of the cart. I'm mounting up the bearing for the bottom of the steering shaft and then sliding on each component like we did with the rear axle. I had to hollow out some of these holes because the powder coat was so thick and juicy. Then I lightly bolted everything together without tightening it down because we still need to make adjustments. For some reason, I had to drill out the steering wheel a bunch, and then I added this collar to keep everything locked in place. There were a bunch of thread screws and random things you need to tighten. Basically, most of this build is just tightening down bolts. Folks, I got bad news. It appears we've hit another snag. Basically, what's happening is these bearings need to be pressed into the frame right here. That's what allows this cart to steer. Now, being a mechanical genius, I just thought I would take one of the bolts, tighten it down on either side of the bearings, and press them together, right? Makes sense, right? I got the bearings pressed in, but somehow this nut got like crazy cross threaded. I put an impact gun on this. I put the biggest breaker bar I can find. It is just stuck. Luckily, there's a hardware store nearby, so I got some replacements, but that still means we got to somehow get this bolt out. And that sounds like another job for Mr. Angle Grinder. Again, quick reminder, I did get this angle grinder for free. Last time my truck got stolen, the guy just left it. So in a weird way, without my truck getting stolen, I probably wouldn't be able to build this drift cart. So life is crazy. You know what I mean? It works. Next, I'm going to mount up the steering knuckles. You'll see how much angle this cart has later in the video. And then it was a matter of just getting the tension right so it could steer freely without being too loose. I put my favorite Teflon grease on the axle to keep everything rotating smoothly. And then I put on a spacer, the front hub, and then another smaller spacer and tightened everything down. Just enough until there was no wobble, but it would spin freely. The powder coat struck again, and I had to file some of it down because it was rubbing on the frame. But once that was done, everything went together smoothly. You can see on the knuckles, there's little points of adjustment to change the front geometry. I think this is so clever. It's such a good solution. Now I'm mounting up a couple different bolts. The top one mounts the tie rods to the steering knuckle, and then the bottom one acts as a steering stop so you don't turn past 90 degrees. That's how crazy the angle of this cart is. I threw on the steering wheel with a few bolts, then tightened everything down once it was in its final position. I wanted to tighten up the steering, so I took this Teflon sheet and cut out tiny little pieces, and I jammed them in between the steering shaft and the little bushing. Then I threw some heat shrink over the steering stops. I'm hoping that's going to keep these bolts from chipping the beautiful new powder coat. And last but not least, I made up this little bracket to hold the brake reservoir. This is just an old piece of metal that I found that was already powder coated white, so it matched perfectly. The seat support goes on with like 4 bolts, super easy, and then you put in the plastic seat, which mounts up also with just 4 bolts. It's really simple at this point. I really wanted to get the wheels on this thing, so I mounted up the wheel studs into the hubs with the double nut method. You heard me right. This is the best way to mount studs. Make sure you use lock. I hopped on all 4 wheels, and finally, I could see what this thing was. Oh my gosh, dude. This is one of those moments where I really cannot believe that this is real. Now that the wheels are on, I think I'll be able to actually sit on this thing. Ooh, Doug. There we go. Oh, bro. Lunch break. When I'm working on my bikes or a crazy project like this, I always forget to eat, literally. When I'm locked into a project like this, it's way too easy to just reach for some like cheat meal that's definitely not going to make me feel good. Which brings us to the esteemed sponsor of today's video, Factor. Factor makes meals that are ready to eat in just 2 minutes in the microwave, and they're not just protein dense, they're also fresh, so they've never been frozen. They actually just doubled the size of their menu with more than 80 rotating weekly meals, and they doubled their high protein options, including turkey, shredded beef, and much more. They also just introduced a customization option, which, you know, we love to customize things. For example, I love chicken, hence the green chili chicken that I selected for today's meal. But if there was like a pork chop meal that looks really good to me, I could substitute in chicken instead and make it the perfect meal for me. Head to factor75.com or click the link below and use code LOGANGFE50 to get 50% off plus free breakfast for a year, which is, I don't know how they're doing that. That's crazy. That's code LOGANGFE50 at factor75.com to get 50% off plus free breakfast for a year. A huge thank you to Factor for sponsoring today's video. We wouldn't be able to do awesome projects like this without their support, so thank you. All the mechanical stuff is done. We are so close to getting this thing ripping. I gotta install the motor, controller, and battery. I just gotta get all this there. I absolutely know what every single one of these connectors and wires does. So I'm not even worried about it, dude. I'm mounting up my hard drive controller that I bought off Amazon. At 250 bucks, this thing is going to let us run 15,000 watts of power. That's the max that the Suron motor can handle. I'm using my old motor from Ronald the Suron, and I'm mounting the special sprocket that comes with the kit so that the chain spacing is right. When I ordered this kit, I ordered the optional Suron mount bracket, and honestly, this thing is pretty clever with the way it goes together, and it will allow me to run any Suron motor I want, so I can upgrade in the future. Honestly, I don't think we'll need it because the tires are so slippery. 15,000 watts is going to already be too much. I'm lining up the sprocket and tightening it down, and then I'm bringing out Mr. Angle Grinder one more time so I can cut down the chain's length and tension my chain with this clever push rod system that comes with the kit. This thing also has internal cable routing, which I wasn't expecting, but it does mean you have to depin everything and then repin all of the plugs. Good morning. Folks, we are about 98% of the way done with this car. We are so close. This morning, I did the final plug-in and check of all the electronics. I also blend the brake. That went smoothly, no issues. I got my battery. This is a 72 volt, 55 amp hour battery. This thing is huge. Hopefully, we're going to be able to ride for a really long time. I've been saving this part for the end because it's the part I'm most excited for, but I can't wait any longer. Do you know what it is? Yes, this is a miniature battle arrow wing. We got the little winglets for the side, the uprights right here. Probably this isn't the coolest thing you've ever seen. I also ordered this, which I have not seen anyone do before, but I'm pretty proud of this idea. A magnetic cup holder, powder coated white, and the idea is, are you jumping me? Oh my, it's perfect. I also got these ratchet straps because I need some way to hold this massive battery to the car so it doesn't fly off sideways. And last but definitely not least, we have these cable guides. Should be able to mount it here, clamp the brake line all the way to the back, and have a super clean install. That's it. Everything is wired up. All the switches are plugged in. Sick. All right, safety goggles on. 3, 2, 1 beep. I think that's fine. Huh. Look how perfectly this thing fits in here. I have to go max angle to get it in between the wheels, but it's like this truck was made for this thing. Yes, dude. Testing this thing out. Dude, look at this thing. I've been dreaming about owning this thing over a year, and it's finally real, and it actually works. I'm here at my favorite park because it's wide open. I can test this thing out. I rode this thing like 100 feet to come over to this spot. This is my favorite spot. I haven't even really drifted this thing. I love the crazy camber in the front. The little wing is so perfect, and the fact that I can run my old Suron motor from Ronald. As you guys know, Ronald recently went to a new home. I traded him for a star car. I'm so happy to have a small piece of him in this car. Speaking of, what should we name this? If you have any ideas or suggestions, let me know. All right, we are in mode 1. That's about 30% of the total power that we have. I set the throttle tune to eco, so it's super smooth. And as a reminder, my brake is only for the rear wheel, and these things are slippery, so I don't have much braking performance. That's all right. Brakes just slow you down. Let's see if we can just whip a 180. Okay. I think I gotta get used to how much angle. Yeah. There's so much steering in it. I just need to trust it. Dude, no one at the bottle. Oh, this is just no one. You don't need a lot of power to slide, but already this thing goes through fast. No way. The most fun thing I've ever built. Dude, this thing is so crazy. The steering is so direct. Oh, 2. This should be like 8 or 9 kilowatts. So what a 2025 Suron is. Oh, you, bro. Appreciate it. Oh, dude, I think I can do a 360 on this thing. The tires are so hot. I can smell the plastic burning. '60's coming, dude. The 360, I can do that. I can feel it in my bones. Okay. Let's try that again. Thanks, guys. Yeah, it's all electric. Yeah. Thank you, brother. The frame kit is like $2 grand, and then you put in your own drivetrain. So you could do it with like a Predator 212 from Harbor Freight. I did it electric, so I can kind of be a little more stealthy and drive it more places. Thanks. Oh, a ton of torque. I haven't even put it in mode 3 yet. Yeah, that's why they have those sleeves on the back, so you can drift. They set up the front geometry like a miniature drift car, basically. Exactly. But they're just standard go-kart tires, and then they just put literally a PVC pipe that they cut up, deflate the tire, jam them on, reinflate the tire. Exactly. When you're at full lock, like look at the steering angle. See, thank you. So do you. I like your bikes. That's what I'm hoping. Everyone who's seen me has given me thumbs up, so hopefully
Yeah, when I was big, but Northgate off, and they put all the roads in, and then they did, but they didn't put the buildings in for a couple years. That's what I drove my road.
Oh, that's sweet. I'm looking for like a new suburban neighborhood without any houses in it with all those twisty roads. That's what I'm looking for. Yeah. Right. You want to try it out? Here, I'll put it in mode 1 for you. Oh, if you don't have time, that's okay. No worries at all. Next time, I'll see you guys out here. Have a great day, guys. Thanks. That's so sick. A 20 horsepower race car? I'm only at like 8.5 kilowatts, and this is way too much already. You already have a couple of upgrades in mind for this. I'm not going to spoil everything, but one of them is front brakes. So that way you can do real left foot braking like in competitive drifting, and then your rear brake can be linked to a cheeky little hand brake. I'd love to do that. Even when I mess up, it's really forgiving. Like you can just give it more angle and it fixes everything. And I think it's worth mentioning, I've never drifted anything really before. A little bit in high school, but dude, look at that one-handed. Hello. I don't think I'm breaking any rules, but I don't want to make the parks department life harder. All right, let's do it. Mode 3, 15 kilowatts. Oh my God. Holy crap. Everyone's gonna hate me. All right, back to business. Is this a little gym here? What are you doing here? That's awesome. I saw you throwing the ball in, and I was like, what's going on in there? Yeah, that's sweet. What do you think?
Make this yourself.
I didn't fabricate it, but I got the kit and then I put the electric stuff in it and I powder coated it. It was quite a process to put together, but so far it's worth it. It's a 72 volt, 55 amp hour. It's the biggest one I had, and I want to be able to ride this thing like all day.
Very nice.
It's a lot of fun. You can ride it if you want.
Really?
Yeah, and it's made to slide around. So just be aware that the rear brake is the only thing that will slow you down, and the rear tires are slippery. So Yeah, it's very bouncy. No suspension at all. Oh no, my wheels are going in. Oh no, these I guess were too loose, and so they've started to slide in on the shaft. That's why the back looks so like tight in. Hopefully, I can make it without the wheels falling out. So yeah, have a great day. I knew it was going too smoothly. First test right out. There's always something that goes wrong. I should have brought my tools. Next time you see this thing, it's going to be dialed in, and we're going to have some fun with it. Since the day I built my drift kart, I have wondered two things. Number one, could I find a better compound for the rear tires to make this thing drift even faster than it already does? Thing number two, if I just remove these sleeves entirely, what is the real top speed of this thing? I've never tested it because I'm always sliding sideways. Today, I'm going to try to answer both of those questions. However, there is a slight problem. It has been raining for about 3 days, so the roads are super slippery and wet and slippery. This is either going to be like a great idea or it's going to be really stupid and really dangerous. Also, I literally just noticed that my brake line is about to sever in half. I'm thinking this is kind of important to fix, you know, before we do that top speed run in the rain. Safety first, so I'm starting by replacing this brake line. I'm pretty sure it broke because this kart has so much steering angle to drift, it actually wears out the brake lines from lock to lock. I'm taking off the old line and replacing it with a brand new one, except that it has a bunch of ugly stuff on it, so I'm chopping that off. I'm bolting in the new line and running it through the frame, but I have to make sure that at full lock, it's not pinching the brake line. Then I bolt everything back together and I'm good to go. Next up, I'm preparing the brand new drift sleeves. Now you have to run grip tape inside these because no matter how much air pressure you run in your tire, they are gonna try to slide off your wheels when you're drifting. I'm using some old skateboard grip tape I had lying around and cutting it into strips. Then I'm wiping everything down with isopropyl alcohol and heating it up with a heat gun so everything sticks perfectly. When you get these sleeves from Battle Arrow, they actually do come with grip tape, but mine just didn't arrive planning it, so I'm making my own. I started peeling off this tape that came with the packaging, and then I realized I could just do like a big burnout and it would go away. Am I interrupting you? Okay. Oh my God, you're working on your cart? Okay. If your cart is fixed in the next day or two, do you want to go riding, even if it's raining? What do you? Yes. Folks, I got some good news and I got some bad news. Okay. The good news is Blake's cart is fixed and we will be drifting together today, rain or shine. The bad news is I think I'm dumb. I got the new drift sleeves mounted up. All it took was a little bit of magic from the tire spoon. These are supposed to be grippy. They're supposed to be fast. I am super excited to try these out. I also tightened up the knuckles because they were getting a little bit loose. But once that was dialed in, I was like, okay, time to bleed the brakes. No problem. Let me grab the brake fluid. Is basically empty. So basically, I don't have any brake fluid. Both of my cars currently do not run. And my other mode of transportation, the Ultra V, has two top tubes because I'm terrible at mounting tires. Okay, you don't need to talk about it. I'm just not good at it. I have a lot of e-bikes that potentially I could take, but as you can see, they're buried under a pile of trash. That leaves me with just one mode of transportation I can take to the auto parts store. And unfortunately, it is the mode of transportation that needs the brake fluid. Right now, this is the only functioning brake, and when I hit it, I just slide. So, okay, also, it is wet out, so that's max braking. This is sketchy. Oh, sorry. I'm going way too fast. Sorry about that. I'm being careful, I promise. Oh my gosh. This is too sketchy. It's too sketchy. Holy crap, I just have no brakes. This is terrible, dude. Okay, 0 cars. We're good. Big left turn. We can do it. Slow. Uh-oh. No. I promise I'm not playing this up for the video. This is legitimately such a bad idea. Please don't do this. No, not yet. Oh, you know what? I know we're kind of in a rush to get these brakes fixed. Half a block away from Ty. Can I have a zero sugar Baja Blast with vanilla creamer, please?
No, we ran out.
For real? Oh my God. Why do you do this to me? Stop. Hey. Hi. Thank you. Well, I don't have any brakes on it right now. I'm going to O'Reilly's to try to fix it. It's all downhill from here, and I'm trying not to die. All right, I'll see you guys soon. Thank you. Oh, man. They're the best. I can't stop. close one. I just realized I don't have a cup holder, so I need to steer and brake with the same hand. Hold on. I guess I can just do. Whoa! No, no, no. Okay, we made it. We made it. Hey there. Just go to O'Reilly's. Sorry. You know, it works. Luckily, they know me there, so they're nice. I don't have front brakes at the moment, so that's why I'm going to O'Reilly's. All right. Look at this. Got our own spot out front. You know what? Actually, these are disabled parking spots, so I'm gonna. Now people can, you know, open their doors. Brake fluid acquired. Crestone 5.1. It's not what I have in there, but it's the only 5.1 that they had. So hopefully it works. Now I got this idea from Blake to have a little toolkit on this thing. These carts tend to break a lot. So I have some work gloves in here. What are these? Oh my gosh. Are these JT Racing 90s inspired race gloves? I heard you can get 10% off on all gloves from JT by just using the code LOCAY. How sweet is that? Anyway, tuck those back in. We're going to use those later when it gets cold out. I also happen to bring my brake fleet kit, some paper towels. I do not want to ride this thing back home without the front brakes. So I guess we're doing some parking lot work. Wow. Is it raining? Shh. We got to do this quick. Wait, did we just do that first try? Are you kidding me? No shot that worked, dude. This has to be a prank. No way. It's gonna work. Oh. That is not good, dude. Okay, it's not any better. I think we're just gonna send it. It is time to see how fast this thing really is from super grippy sleeves. Blake is like 5 minutes away with his car. He put an even smaller sprocket on his, so his car is going to be even faster than mine. It's getting chilly out, so I gotta pull out the JTs. So I found this parking lot the other day when I was exploring, and look how perfect this place is. Are you kidding me? Smooth concrete, no pedestrians around. Holy moly. Oh my God. Dude, this thing. Oh my gosh. This is so smooth. Okay. It's so weird. You can feel these heating up and getting more grip. It's like an actual car tire. The PVC kicks out a lot faster. And then once you're in the drift, you can hold angle like a little bit more controlled, I think. But if you hit, oh my gosh, if you hit any moisture, you're done, dude. That looked like a truck that could kick me out. I'm not going to say exactly where we are. Last time we were in this general area, we did, in fact, get kicked out. Gosh, I can smell the PVC pipe. This is so cool. It's like actually drifting. My gosh. Oh. Blake is here. Blake is here. My tires are warm enough. So I think I'm going to do a rolling burnout. Get a little more heat in it. Get a little more grip. You know what I mean? And he said he's one level up from the bottom. So I assume he's right there. No, let's go. Why not? Hello? Okay, I think he actually might be up there. Oh, wonder if I'm gonna grip on my tires to get up this thing. Let's do it. Let's do it. No shot, no shot, no shot, no shot. Oh, God. Here. That's so weird. I know. Hopefully they last a while. Dude. Okay, so I found this place downstairs. It's good warm-up zone. These are so slick when they're cold, so I need to, like, you know, warm them up. And then there's some crazy spots up here. I think we should check out next. Okay, thanks. Yeah. Me too, dude. Yes. Okay, cool. It's so slippery, dude. They're super slippery. I know once they're hot, they're supposed to really grip up, but it's hard to get them like up to heat. Okay. Holy crap. You're ripping. Okay, okay, now. Dude, I think my whole spoiler is falling off. Hold on. I'm hearing something. Something's rattling. You like the gloves? 10% off, baby. Code low gang. It's so ridiculous that we have these things, dude. Uh-oh. Your camera's falling off. You on the highway? Tires are warm. Hopefully we can actually go up this hill. Oh no. Oh no, no. Do that. Dude, I can't even get turned around. Here we go. Here we go. Like, first like even bigger hill. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Feet from the end, dude. Well, that's what I'm thinking. If we want to pull the sleeves off later, okay, there's a spot down here. It's a perfect half spiral down. It's really slippery, so we should scope it out first. Oh, boy. It's wet, dude. No shot. I'm just sliding. Stop, 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 stop. Dude, there is no way. This has got to be the slipperiest. I know, dude. Come on, come on, come on. Make the turn, make the turn. It's like one of those dreams where everything's in slow motion, but you can't control what's about to happen. Costume change. Yeah, I'm getting way too hot in my hoodie. I also swapped out my JTs for some Pro Light JTs, a little more breathable. Blake and I have hatched a plan to try to get to the other side of this main road. Yeah, let's do it. I'm nervous. So if we can get up this hill, that's the best route, I think. Yeah, I was gonna say the operative word is if we can get up this hill. Phone's loose, dude. Control this thing. Okay, let's do it. Oh my god, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Yes. Now we're talking. I think we need to go across. Do we need to go here? This is so stupid, dude. Uh-oh. Oh no. I wired it up. It doesn't work, dude. All right, I'm coming for you. This parking lot down here could be cool. And then we can go to the back lot all the way. We might even be able to make it to Magneton. Yeah. along the water, like his secret path. You want to check it out? A lot of porta potties. You need to use a porta potty? This camera's like touching the ground. Your camera. Is the lens? It's like the whole lens. That's your first day? Dude, his drift sleeves are disintegrating. Oh my god, there it goes. Wait! Look at your sleeve. Holy crap, dude. Oh my gosh, dude, it's rubber. That's crazy. Let me pull this one up. Dude. Should I pull mine off, dude? Alright, it is time to release the sleeves. I'm pretty sure every single person who has ever seen this car has been like, what does it feel like without sleeves? I don't know. Good thing I brought Mr. Tire Sleeve. I know, that's what I'm scared of. Oh, see that? I know it's scary. I know it's scary. Soft, it's soft. It's metal. Oh my gosh, dude. I am nervous. I think that's about as good as we're gonna get. I'm nervous. You nervous? All right. I got it. All right, mode three. Mode three. Gosh, no way. Oh my God. Because it has so much camber in the front, it doesn't have a big contact patch. So when you steer, it just pushes and understeers. Nice super. Hell yeah. It's impossible. How'd you get a donut going? Okay. How the heck did you get that going? I'm just understeering. It won't break loose. It's quick though. These things are fast. No, it went from having no grip back here to comparatively no grip up here. Okay, you want to go explore? Oh, dude, this thing rips. I want to set up the GPS so that we can get a true top speed on this thing. I don't think it's going to be crazy fast, but dude, this thing feels so wickedly fast. Oh my god. This is so dreamy, dude. Driving electric cars around. Whoa, big hill. Big hill. Let's do it. Let's do it. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. I think something fell off my car. That was crazy. My chain! Dude, dude, worst case scenario. We're so screwed. Why didn't I think of this? This was like the one thing I didn't plan for. Wait, let me see if I can find the. Oh, I see the chain. I see the chain. There you are. Wait, it just snapped. Holy moly. You're so right. Those bumps were brutal. I heard something hit. Look at this. It just sheared in half. No, but I haven't seen it. I wonder if I can see where it broke. That one's super dented. Yeah, I gotta go that smaller sprocket. Why did I do that on? That would have been perfect. Oh my gosh. Hey there.
Just push you. It's just, we just gotta get up over. We do got a decent way to
Like miles, dude. Really? I don't want to hurt your powder puff. Okay, here, I'm gonna turn off my car so that I don't accidentally rev the motor. I'll still have brakes and I'll still have headlight because I wired it up super sketchy. I'm super glad I was wearing the windbreaker because I felt something punch me. It was the chain flying off. Oh, here we go. It's working. Oh, dude, we are chilling. Okay, heads up. There's a car coming. There's a car coming. Oh, Surons. Guys, guys, can you please tell us my chain broke and I'm like mild. Yeah. Do you have a tow strap or like a rope or anything? Dang it. Okay, sorry. Thank you. Bum me. Yeah, now we're cooking. Thank you. Oh my God, Blake. Oh no. Oh my God. Wait. Fill them up. No brakes. What was that? It was like someone was rattling around. Oh, dude, it's my puck. It's sheared off. I'm ready. We just go up there and over. I'm turning. Dude, we did it. Thank you so much. Folks, a promise is a promise. I promised you I was going to test the top speed of this thing, rain or shine, and unfortunately, we got rain. This will probably be the sketchiest thing I have ever done on this YouTube channel. I'm going to do this one time and one time only, and if you're watching this and you happen to be my mom, please stop watching. Okay, GPS is running. That will record my top speed. I have a brand new sprocket, the smallest one that'll fit. This should give the car as much top speed as it has at this power level. Oh boy. Oh God. This is so dumb. I found this secluded road. I need to do it when there are 0 cars around. You guys know I like to goof around. This is not a goofing matter. Warm it up. Here we go. Oh my God, dude. I am freaking soaked. Where are we at? 39 miles an hour? Nervous. 41 miles an hour. This cart is not set up to go in a straight line. Oh my God. That was so scary. I think I might put the drift plates back on. Faster is always better. So today I'm taking my 50-mile-an-hour urban drift cart and giving it even more power. And then we're going to take it drifting and see how crazy this thing can really get. One small issue that I should probably mention, this motor is rated for about 5,000 watts of power. I have been running it at about 15,000 watts of power. And with the help of this thing, we are about to juice this cart up to 25,000 watts of power. That is 5 times the legal limit of this poor motor. We're either going to go really fast or we're going to melt the motor. Maybe both. Let's find out. Believe it or not, this is going to be one of the easiest upgrades I have ever done to the car. I'm starting by removing the rear wing, hitting myself in the head, and then I'm removing the cover that protects the controller at the back of the car. And remember, whenever you're doing anything with electronics, definitely unplug the battery. It is the cheapest insurance you can buy. I'm taking off the negative terminal first, then the positive, and then the 3-phase wires. I don't know if this is correct, but it's worked so far. Then it's just 4 bolts and the controller just slides right out. Now we can see just how similar the 2 controllers are. Even though the one on the right flows almost twice as much power, the only physical difference is the thickness of the heatsink, and this is going to bolt directly to the car. So the car itself will act as a giant heatsink. It's kind of cool. The best part about the new controller is that it can flow 680 phase amps, so we are not going to need this puny 450. Then it was a matter of just bolting everything back together how I took it apart, plugging in the exact same wiring, bolting everything down, and the new and improved cart is ready to rip. I just realized that I didn't actually test this before I bolted everything back together, so I don't actually know if it's going to run or not. Hopefully it does, and I don't have to disassemble the whole thing. A beep? We got a beep.
I just remembered that you need to tune it with your phone before it'll work. But don't worry, this is only the world's most confusing app. I think I'm connected. Then I go to parameters. Hold on, hold on. What is all this, dude? Okay, I made an account. It's still be. I think I need to change the temp sensor to this one. I think I need to do the throttle. Okay, I think that did it. I think. I never really know because I don't know how to read that app. Oh, I think I got it backwards. No way. No. Reverse is working. The reverse switch has never worked on the old controller. Dude, I reverse now. Forward. Reverse. Okay. It feels like more power. I'll be honest. It is time to test this beast out. Going from 15 kilowatts, which was already way too much for this thing, up to 25. Oh man, it's gonna be crazy. There. Yeah, it's all electric. Similar vibe, except it has, look at this steering angle. So it's made for drifting, you know? You can take it a bunch of places. Otherwise, you would immediately get kicked out with a gas cart, you know? Yeah. That's for the rear brake, so you can pull the handbrake and slide. Exactly. Have a good one. Sorry about that. Yeah, thanks. From the diesel truck to the Volvo SUV, everyone loves this thing. I'm here to meet up with a couple friends you might recognize, but this is my first drive with the new controller. This is in mode 1 in Eco. Good, feels like Eco. I set up mode 2 to be about what mode 2 was on the previous controller. Dude, it's perfect. It's perfect. This parking lot is so slippery. We got to heat up the tires. We say we do mode 3. All right. Uh-oh. Hey there. Thanks. I bought it as a kit online. So it's a drift cart from a company called Battle Arrow. And then you put your own drivetrain in it. So I went electric because I have a bunch of electric stuff. You could put like a Harbor Freight engine in it. And then you just build it up and you take it to a parking lot. And thanks, Ray. It's kind of the perfect lot for it. So one time I drove it here. And then there's the RC track up there that no one uses. That's where I'm going next. I'm meeting up with some buddies. That's the idea. All right, thanks. Thank you. I think I should probably not take this on the street with these guys around. Thank you. Oh. Oh. Right. Something weird is going on. Mode 3 feels fast, but it doesn't feel faster than the old controller. If there's one place that can figure out what's going on, it's Easy E Rides. Hey, it's Vernon. Howdy. I upgraded this controller. It should have a ton more power, but mode 3 doesn't feel as crazy as it should. I got to do some tuning or something. I don't know. Oh, is this a new battery? Really? What? So 50 kilowatts?
50 kilowatts of down.
I gotta figure out what's going on with this cart. The problem is the Far Driver app is impossible to read. Do you know how to use the Far Driver app? I feel like I'm not running full power.
Your battery.
Stock, that bike is a 22 kilowatt bike.
It's just,
Yeah,
but it's working.
it's working just fine.
I spent money. I did a bunch of things, but it does the same.
Yeah. It should be. Yeah, exactly. Dude, I'm so glad reverse works.
Put the backpack on too. On your with your lunch.
Oh wait, it's not working. What the heck? It's like barely working. Look, I'm max throttle. What the heck? Yeah. I mean, it was lighting up the tires. Yeah, and in mode 1, it's like not even moving. What is going on, dude? Mode 2. Mode 3. Yo, something is up. So
I think something's backwards. That's forward. Mode 2. Here's a moment of truth. Is mode 3 crazy? Yep, yep. Okay, we're in business. Let's do it. Dude. We did it. You drift a real car. You want to try it? Yeah. I know, dude. There's even more. Let me make sure this thing is. Now it's slow again. What is going on? That's max throttle. Oh. Interesting. Okay, let me try something else. Hold on. Over the next 3 hours, we tried everything you could possibly think of to troubleshoot this car. Then we made a discovery. The app had magically changed the phase amps from 680 down to just 100. But no matter how many times we tried to update it, it would not let us adjust that number above. This explained the lack of acceleration that I was feeling, but it was still a complete mystery. And as you'll see, the problem was something I never would have expected in a million years. Okay, it has literally been 3.5 hours. Now, technically, this is 25,000 watts. So we're going to take it to the track and test it out. But the phase amps, which basically means like the amount of torque, phase amps are limited to 100. It should be almost 7 times that much. One silver lining though, reverse is working. Genuinely kind of sick. Okay, it's still correct. It's okay. It's fine. Previously, this was running at 680 phase amps, so that tells me something must have happened while I was riding the car. So maybe if I just keep riding the cart, it'll fix itself. I don't know. Ruben just upgraded his battery, so now his E-Ride Pro has 50 kilowatts. That is 70 horsepower. Look at that thing. God, that freaks me out, man. Oh, I'm going off road. No way, I'm getting over that. Thanks. Thank you. Perfect. We are back at the drift kart track. It's not technically a drift kart track, but luckily this concrete is so smooth, we won't really need the extra phase amps. We can still break the rear end loose, so that's what matters. This place is sick. Are you kidding me? There it is. There it is. There it is. I want you to try it out. Basically, we need to keep it in mode 3 because the torque is just like not where it's supposed to be. But once you lay into it, it has a ton of wheel speed. It's kind of crazy. It is 3 right now? Yeah, in 3, just keep it where it's at. You'll notice you have to give it a lot more throttle. Once we get it fixed, it's going to fly. It's going to go crazy. So far, believe it or not, this cart has not fixed itself. My plan is to reach out to the driver and see if they can send me an updated firmware, because maybe that'll fix it. Smart bikes, what are these guys doing? What are they doing? I'm following. I'm following. I'm in hot pursuit. Oh, you got, oh, my bad. I was like, where are they going? Bathroom. Got it. My fault. Under the gate, under the gate. Oh, God. Yeah. Oh, crap. We gotta get out of here. Good. Look at this, like, dude. You need 2 men. There you go. Sat there. Yeah. I want to tell you that. Oh, it literally fits. Isn't that perfect? That's literally. Yeah. There is no better truck in the world than this truck. That's why it keeps getting stolen. Folks, I've been doing a lot of internet research over the past 12 hours, and here's a plot twist. I don't think any of us saw coming. I think I got scammed. According to the internet, this might be a fake car driver controller, which I didn't even know was a thing. I got that controller, which we're going to call the fake controller, from Amazon, which now I'm realizing, according to random people on Facebook, is a really quick way to get a fake car driver controller. Here's the problem. This controller, the one that I previously had on the cart and worked flawlessly, it's from the exact same seller, the exact same listing, the exact same positive reviews. I never had any issues with this thing. They both even came in the exact same box with the exact same accessories. Here is what I think is going on.
When I set this controller up, I had to activate it. So I had to create an account and tie that controller to my account. This is not something I had to do with this controller for whatever reason. When I set up that account, I think I set off a chain reaction that allowed HardDriver to double check if the serial number of that thing matches the serial numbers in their database. I was able to use this controller without ever creating an account. So this might also be fake, but FarDriver's app never had a way of checking with their servers. So if I can get this thing to completely unbind from my account, maybe there's a way to reset up the controller without an account. It might just work like that controller was. Now, obviously, I'm just kind of guessing with all of this, but for some reason, I'm weirdly confident that I'll be able to get this fake controller to work. I know it sounds stupid, but we gotta try. Since that didn't work, I think I'm going to have to force unbind the controller. Hard reset the whole thing so it's not tied to any account, or at least I think that's what's going to happen. Luckily, I found a TikTok with 30 likes showing someone unplugging and replugging the Hall sensor like 20 times, and that does force unbind. This also lines up with what I found here. Guy Stobart posted on Endless Sphere, which is an electric forum. Mr. Stobart says, "Did you get unbind controller on my Daymac controller using FarDriver app? Went to force using and told me to unplug Hall sensor up to 20 times. I started to do aught and started to count down and unbound aught and took password off that. I didn't know if any help, bro. You." I mean, there it is. I think it's pretty clear what he wants us to do. Well, that didn't work. I've now been trying to troubleshoot this thing for like 10 hours. And the more I look, the more I'll find random Facebook posts from people who just ended up having to return their controller. So obviously this isn't ideal, but fortunately we still have our beautifully functioning 15 kilowatt controller. So I'm going to take what I learned over the past 10 hours troubleshooting this thing, and I'm going to tweak some settings in here to have an even crazier experience. Of course, I am going to order a new super powerful controller that is real this time. Hopefully, if I can find one and not get scammed again. I just want to end this video on a win. Even if we can't have the full 25 kilowatts today, we're still going direct. Yeah, electric, yeah. Yes, sir. Hey guys, hi. The kit costs like $2,000 for a rolling chassis, and then I added the front brakes, and I added the wing, and I added the motor and the battery and the controller. I slide it sideways. I drift it. All right. I'll show you. Yeah, I'll be out here. I'll be around. All right. I'll see you. Bro, everyone loves this thing. It's so sick. Oh, yeah. I adjusted my throttle so it's even punchier than it used to be. Oh my gosh. Are you kidding? If I get 360 into this. Okay. I went the wrong way, but I can do it. Oh. Uh-oh. Parks Department. Hi. Okay, we're good. We're good. Holy crap. My cup holder fell off. And man, even though we don't have the full 26 kilowatts, I don't know why I wanted to upgrade. This thing rips, dude. Let's see if I can hit this big corner. Oh, dude, are you kidding me? 360? We can do that. We can do that. Even at high speed. Big turn. Holy crap. Move. Oh my gosh. I almost had that. I'll release this whole thing and then hit this big turn all the way around. This thing has way more power than I gave it credit for. Keep going. Keep going. I don't want to hit you. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Yes. Oh my gosh, dude. There, honestly, dude, this whole park is like a dreamland for drifting these things. I've been here with my buddy Blake a billion times, and I always find new spots and new lines to hit. It's crazy. Oh, oh, okay. Ooh, beautiful 86 on green lights. Nice. Dude, it feels so nice with this controller, honestly. I also have a couple more upgrades from Battle Arrow that they sent, like a chain guard and some rotating brake fittings so I don't wear out the big lines. And I've teased it a million times at this point, but we do have a new Battle Arrow cart coming, and I don't want to spoil anything, but boy, that cart is going to be crazy. Oh my gosh, this thing is so mean, dude. I didn't hear what they said, but they were filming. Hi there. Oh god, this thing is so noisy. Was watching that Prius, he just kind of flew through that stop sign. Unlike me, the law-abiding citizen. I mean, nothing to get as many looks and smiles as this go-kart. If you're riding anything electric, people kind of stare at you because they're curious about it, but this thing specifically is an attention magnet. Sometimes that's a cool thing, but a lot of times it's not the best thing. I modified the throttle settings to be just a tiny bit punchier, so that means when I punch the throttle like that, it has immediate torque, so it's kind of like doing a clutch kick in a real car. You're breaking the rear tires loose and initiating a drift that way. It took a little bit of getting used to, but honestly, I really like it. Okay, now hold on. This hanger you can rent out for like not that much money. And so my dream is to get a bunch of these, get a bunch of the coolest Surons together and do a big indoor drift Suron electric hangout, basically like a car show, but for cool electric stuff. It is always raining here in Seattle, so having a covered spot where we can do a little drift track, show off some bikes, meet up with a bunch of people from the community, I just think that would be so awesome, dude. Sorry, my fault. I couldn't hear you. What's up? I built it from a kit and then I put my own motor and stuff on it. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Are you into cars? What are you guys doing here? Oh, dang. Is the show tonight? Oh, duh. It's New Year's Eve. I forgot. My bad. My bad. I think I saw a little secret path back here. I'm going to try not to get myself stuck. There. Yeah, I think this is it. Maybe not the best. Oh, yeah, a lot of bumps, so maybe not the best for drifting, but I think there was a smooth section up here. Ooh, there's also a lot of leaves everywhere, which you would think would help you drift, but it just makes it impossible to control. It feels like you're driving on ice. Oh, now hold on. Hold on. We might be onto something. Oh, this is going to be tough. Okay, let's do it. Whatever. We can do it. Okay, okay. I can do that. I can do that. The only downside of this controller is that it doesn't have reverse. So I'm going to squeeze by you. Thank you. But I will happily give up reverse to have a fully functioning, high torque electric drift cart. Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? There it is. Oh, on the grass. What's that? One turn worth the journey? I don't know. I'm headed to my favorite lot over here. And on the way, I want to tell you what the plan is. Because right now, I have one controller that works and one that doesn't. And as you know, you're getting a brand new car and we will need a controller. I don't want to give anything away, but the next car that we're getting from Battle Arrow is a little bit bigger and it's going to be carrying a little bit more weight. So what if I just leave this controller on here? It's more than enough power. And then I return the fake controller and purchase a brand new one from a reputable source. So we'll have extra power on the extra heavy car. Let's just say that. Oh, wait. I've never been up here. Hold on. Perfect. Oh yeah, dude. Oh my gosh, big turn. Let's do it. Oh! Oh my gosh. Imagine if I hit that. Look at these volcanoes. How chilly these things are. Oh, dude, I would have been a goner. Are you kidding me? One time in high school, I went to a party right there.
Fun fact. Doing that. I want to make sure that he can try it. He went and put his dogs away just so he could try it, and I haven't really seen him since. If we're gonna have any chance of getting my friend to come outside and try this dang card, we gotta do the biggest, fattest, fastest line we can. And I think we found the place. Let's do it. Sure, let's do it. Come on. Oh, Andre almost got us, but he didn't. We're still in control. There it is. There it is. Around the corner, real tight, man. Yup. In this big one, around this big one. Let's do it. Hey. We did it. Oh my gosh, I can't believe we did it. That was like pretty smooth, pretty clean. Oh man, I gotta say, it's a lot less fun without my friend here. And over the last couple of weeks, we've been stockpiling parts. Facebook Marketplace, we also partnered with Go Powersports. And they sent us a ton of stuff. So this episode, we're going to be getting a lot done. So get the Corvette out of storage. Since we added a roll cage and a whole frame to it, it's super heavy. So this might be a little bit of a challenge. Oh my gosh, dude, this is heavy. It is. It has to weigh about 300 pounds. That's nice. The cool thing about it slides in and out. So the plan is disassemble this, get the frame out, build the section where our hips need to go, then we can slide everything back in and straight, so it's welded properly, deal with stinky plastic wheels. So a few days ago, I met this really crafty fella, and just so happens he had some tires that I think are going to work perfectly for this Corvette. They look like little Corvette wheels, and they're just amazing. They're really thick, so I think they're going to put down the power. Those actually fit pretty well. They're a little taller, but we want to say to be a bit taller, so we don't get our oil pan, and they're a 4x4, which fits pretty much every go-kart hub out there. So this is going to be pretty easy. We're going to start with the front of this vehicle. Scary because that's one of the most complicated parts about this build. We did get a whole bunch of stuff from Power Sports that's going to help us out with that. The first thing I'm going to do is just make a little reference mark where we need to add steel. So something like that. I'm going to say we're on that side. Pull the frame out. Start figuring out how this is. Love the way we designed this because it's take the front off, get quick access to our frame. That's great because that's what we're working on right now. It makes it look super strong. It holds our wheels. Unfortunately, when we were building this, we didn't look far enough ahead and designed our frame into a square, which makes mounting these wheels a little bit. If you take a wheel like this, and it's right up next to the frame, you're going to turn. That's it. You're not doing spinning wheels. All you're doing is going fast, really, really straight. So we're going to have to offset these wheels from the frame with some kind of design that's really strong, holds on to the weight of a Gixxer 750 motor. But I think we can do it. I think we can make it pretty simple, and I think we can make it very strong. For the balance that hold our wheels onto the frame, we're going to go with the super simple go-kart setup. I'm thinking we'll just cut 2 bars that come off here. Well, the problem with that is that wouldn't be very strong. So then we'll come down with an L piece and make a square so that if it wants to go like this, it can't.
So technically, with these little parts on units, we could just take this whole steering assembly, well, like that. That'd be an easy way. I feel like it wouldn't be the strongest way, and I'm pretty sure over time these will back up, which we don't want that to happen. So we're going to take them this far, go like this, and then go from that far back to the other one. That way, if it rolls in on itself, it will be a lot stronger and last. I want to take a break from today's video and talk about today's sponsor, Car. Using the Carly scanner is extremely easy. All you got to do is come down here, plug this little device that is Bluetooth, has no cords, it's really simple, into your OED 2 port, start the car, and then hit connect. Once connected, the Carly app will tell you what car you're in. We're in an A5 A22, and it looks like it has some problems. So we'll check that out by hitting diagnostics. And we have a couple of codes. We have an engine code, we have a comfort code, and a brake code. And these are problems that not even the car knows it has. Nothing's on the dash, but Carly's telling us what we need to fix. Along with being an excellent code scanner, Carly also offers a whole bunch of other features like engine live data, which is one of my favorite. You go to vehicle systems, you can monitor all of the systems in your car. I'm going to monitor it full it. Let's see if this thing's running. We've got the AC cooking. It's a pretty good number right now. Be a little bit hot, but it's an average. Carly is dedicated to helping you troubleshoot your car's issues, maintain your car's health, and unlock new exciting features that you didn't even know you had. If you're interested in maintaining your car's health, you can go down to the link in our description and enter code BUMP15 to get 15% off your order at Carly today. We got the last one in this section of the frame is awesome. It serves two purposes. It protects our oil pan. It also stops all this stuff folding in on itself. Now it's time to install our spindles. So let's head over to the table and see what Bill Powers sent us. Powers sent us really cool spindles. I didn't understand what they were, but now I do. And it means that we're going to have a slight amount of suspension on the front of this vehicle. I wasn't planning for that, but this setup is really interesting. Basically have a normal spindle, but there's a spring that sits in there like that, which is awesome because it's like a little shock absorber for your wheel while keeping it pretty much like a flat track vehicle without suspension. So we're going to assemble these, and then we're going to weld them onto the cart, then install our wheels. Oh, we're arming a bomb right now. That is so cool. We got it. It's so cool. The guys are
It seems like this is fine. Yeah. It's also I'm afraid to
Let me read the data properly first. Okay, full picture. Here's what the data actually says. The core problem is clear. The agent has a hard wall at 57%. Look at the max progress distribution. 132 episodes below 10%, 295 in 10-20%, 265 in 20-30%, 236 in 30-40%, only 61 in 40-50%, and just 10 ever reached 50-60%. The top 10 best episodes all crashed at 57%. The agent is consistently hitting a specific section at roughly 57% and crashing every single time it gets there. That section is the real ceiling, not 40%. The milestone changes did work. Compare block 050, mean 15.1% progress, versus block 700 to 750, mean 32.9%. The agent is reaching deeper into the track on average, but the ceiling moved from 40% to 57%, not gone. Your speed instinct is correct. Look at the safety numbers. They're consistently between 5,000 and 6,000 every single block, completely flat across 1,000 episodes. Safety penalty isn't changing at all. The agent is not learning to drive more carefully near walls. It's finding the same depth, hitting walls at the same rate, just getting there faster as it learns the early track sections. The speed reward is pulling it to drive fast. The wall proximity penalty isn't strong enough to overcome the speed incentive at corners. The actor loss is the best news in this run. It went from 519 at step low to
Okay,
NCO
that
7
makes
step
sense.
160k. And has been, this is more stable than previews runes. The TAU plus LR changes worked exactly as intended. No overshoot/correction cycle visible. Q demo is still slowly growing, 5391, 5626 without peaking and deflating. Policy distance is healthy at 0.36 to 0.40. The BC changes worked. It's staying close to human style consistently. Alpha is now pinned at 0.40 cap from step 140k onward. Same problem as before, just delayed. The cap moved from 0.5C to 0.40, which is an improvement, but the natural entropy is still below the cap level. To your question about whether changes helped or just delayed drift from Cooper, the TAU LR changes genuinely help stability. But you're right that BC weight keeping policy distance low just means the agent stays closer to the keeper's conservative human style driving. That's actually what we want for stage 3 compatibility, but it means the agent won't develop aggressive corner strategies beyond what humans demonstrated. The actual fix needed. Two things. One, the 57% wall section. This is a specific corner. The agent has 10 episodes of data past 50%. All crashes at 57%. It needs more training signal there. The crossing bonus idea applies here now. Add a bonus at U.5e progress, the same way you added it at 0.42 before. That section needs a specific incentive. 2. Speed at corners. You're right. The safety penalty is flat at 0.5500 regardless of how deep the agent goes. The issue is the agent drives at full speed everywhere. The smoothness reward in stage 3 will help with this. But in stage 2, the speed reward is still pulling the agent to floor the throttle everywhere. Two options. Option A, reduce speed reward weight in stage 2 from 2.5 to 1.5. This makes speed less attractive overall, which should make the agent slightly more cautious at corners. Option B, increase wall proximity exponent from 1.25 to 1.5. This makes the penalty sharper at very close range, specifically punishing the moment of going too fast into a wall without changing the mid-range penalty much. Option B is more targeted. The exponent's change specifically affects what happens in the last moment before a crash, which is exactly where the agent is failing at 57%. My recommendation, add the 0.5 year crossing bonus and raise wall proximity exponent to 1.5. Keep everything else the same. Two targeted changes for the specific problem rather than changing the whole speed structure.
Okay, guys, if you're a man, can you type M? If you're a woman, can you type F? If you're non-binary, type N. Yeah, I feel like majority of the Twitch user base are definitely male. We all know why they're here. What do you mean? It's because I'm so funny and entertaining. That's why. No other reason. Listen, if I was a guy, I think I'd just be as funny and entertaining. And I would be looks maxing and you would be simping over me because I'm a femboy. So life wouldn't be so different, okay? Okay, guys, if you're a man, can you type M? If you're a woman, can you type F? If you're non-binary, type N. Yeah, I